Hello and welcome to my stream. I'm Chief Multi-Hat. Glad that you could make it. Today I'll be continue working on a game. Probably more coding than explaining things today. I'm just trying to get back into working on some items. After a long day at work of programming, sometimes I don't want to work on my hobby programming. But today I think I need to get some done if I want to ever release this game. So, certainly appreciate it if you're watching the pod or anytime you come online live. Thanks for being here. Alright, what are we doing today? I do not know. Looking over some of my startup website, I guess. All right. So one thing I've been working on, let me start the website. Music a little loud. Today I decided to make another batch of hot sauce. Got a bunch of garden jalapenos gifted us, and it was a shoebox full of jalapenos. Well grown jalapenos. They were on the above average heat. And they were nice and green, but they turned red, and I really like red jalapenos. You really can't get those in the supermarket. So they all turned red, and I made a first batch of them, not knowing exactly what I'm doing. And it turned out warm, nice taste, you know. By itself, the sauce wasn't spectacular by itself, but when you mixed it in with food, actually pretty good. So I decided to use the rest of the red jalapenos. And this time I decided to go ahead and a little bit of oil in the pan and de-seeded most of them, because I used the first batch, used some seeds. Seeds make it a little bitter, and so I wanted to take the bitterness out. I had plenty of jalapenos to compensate for any kind of pith removal. So got a good jalapeno heat and flavor. And I had some dried California red peppers. Also had some New Mexico peppers. Ancho pepper. So those are and some the Ouroboros peppers. I just blanked out in the first part of it. Anyway, the little hotter peppers. I took the seeds out of those two, cracked them open. They were dried, broke them up, mixed them in with all the other, I would say about 2 pounds of jalapenos, maybe. And, it wasn't too bad. Mixed those dried peppers up with that, and then I added some, I kept it like that. So in the skillet, I went ahead and added a little bit of olive oil, and had a friend of mine had an oil infuser, and he also grows super hots and different kinds of things, and he infused vegetable oil with jalapenos and reapers and a few things to make a little bit of a hot oil. So I used a little bit of that oil along with some more olive oil in the pan, not too much, just enough to give it a little bit of coating. went ahead and took about 5 or 6 cloves of not bulbs, but cloves of garlic, and took put those in there, roasted them up, and fried and roasted. Got about a side of them pretty brown, get them all nice and going, and then got 1 red onion, chopped up, diced, put that into that, get that sauteed. Then I just dumped all of the peppers in, and it started off pretty good. They all got coated. They all started to cook up. A little bit of a scorching, not too much. I don't want to burn. I don't want to burn things, and plus I don't want to get too much smoke into the house, of course. That was at least my worries, as I discovered later. Then I went ahead and added a little bit of Mexican oregano, touch of cumin, salt, regular paprika, and smoked paprika. And then, as it was done simmering and sauteed enough and some browning, went ahead and put in the salt, and then a little peppercorn, black peppercorn, just a little bit. What else I put in there? Yeah, anyway. So, yeah, get that mixed up, let it cool off, put some ice in it to cool it down. And pretty much put all that into a blender. Put in about a 3/4 cup of mixture of white and rice vinegar. And lemon and lime juice. Blended that up pretty good. Add a little more water to it just to kind of make it not super thick. It's a thicker sauce. And normally I've made a mistake of sauteing super hots in the house, and wife has told me don't do that again. And I said, yeah, no. So generally I don't do that, but apparently if you have a pan full of jalapenos, about the same effect. Fumigated the house a touch. This time I did wear gloves, so that's good. And I'm coughing and hacking. In a good way, I guess. So anyway, yeah, we blended all that up, and then I had some Grolsch toppers type 16-ounce bottles, already sanitized. So I took the funnel and poured one up, and there's a little bit of a darker red, which is very nice. Yeah, I got one 16-ounce. Is it 16 or 20? I think it's a 20-ounce. So a lot of hot sauce. So I had some left over. So I decided to up the game on the rest of the hot sauce and added UC Reaper powder, certified to 1.1 million Scoville. 2 tablespoons of that into it and reblended, and then put those in, and had 2 more bottles of that. Made sure that I did not get that mixed up with the other hot sauce. Put the old H on the top saying it's going to be in fact hot. I mean, it's already hot sauce. My hot is, what I think is hot is like someone's like, are you kidding? And I'm not even a chili head. I like hot stuff, but even I'm not that. There's people who will eat that stuff raw. I'm not quite there. Getting there. But yeah, so I decided to give that a taste test. Yeah. And I thought, well, yep, it's hot. I like it. It's a lot of flavor. A lot that's going on. That's my second time doing this now. Much better than the first time. I don't think any of that hot pepper powder I put in had any effect. It's just not, I taste a little bit of the Reaper in there along with everything else, but I just didn't really pick up anything. So I took a little bit more of a spoonful and put it all around side, and thought, yeah, I guess dilution. So I'm trying to clean stuff up a little bit, and I noticed the heat wasn't going down. In fact, it went up after I ate the hot sauce. Yeah. It's one of those, apparently it's going to be one of those hot sauces where it is deceptively just, hey, this is just good hot sauce. And then it says, okay, now I'm going to go into 5th gear. Okay. So just buckle up, get ready, because it's going to keep going for the next 15 minutes. Yeah, that was, nice. I mean, I'm always disappointed going to places, I'll get some hot sauce, I'll try some hot sauce. It's not really hot, And then, yeah, this, I like it. Yeah. I'd put this on almost everything. So anyway, that was my adventures before sitting down and getting ready to do some coding. Nice thing about the hot sauce making, besides fumigating the entire house, is the upstairs where my computer room is. Kind of accumulates the aroma and the nanoparticles of hot oil mist. So anyway, yeah, I get up here and I'm like, I can smell all the nice roasting and. So anyway, that was some good times. Got some good times going. Yeah, so I look forward to that now. Hot sauce when you first, being in the skillet and kind of getting the stuff ready. The flavor will be a little bit different when it's warm. Mute myself just for a second here. Clear out the pepper. Yikes. Anywho's. So, even though this has been a one-man show, developing this game, it's gotten big enough where I should have employed some of the things that I do at work, like, planning. A little more idea of where things are at. Organizing of what to do next, because I'm kind of, I got some minutia type stuff I need to do that you always put off. I need to get it done at some point. And then you got I need features still. But the website, the icons aren't lining up right, and the screen sucks, and various things like that. I still need to get game engine pieces going, and then, of course, I got enough of it functional where I'm building out, okay, I can actually make all the monsters in the game, set them up, set up some level design, and, do some play testing, testing it out. I've done some of that, the low-level things, and just got my butt kicked. I thought, yeah, this is... I wanted to be a little bit hard, but this is kind of stupid. So I need to go look at some of that, put some things into some spreadsheets, and, let's kind of get a idea mathematically. What's the ranges we're talking about here? 1 in 5 chance of dying. That's kind of high. It's at the beginning, so things like that. I want to be playable. But, for those who like that type of RPG, computer, old-time unforgivingness, I like that kind of a little bit, so I'm putting it in there. And make no bones about this particular game. It is really simple. It's not rocket science, and it's trying to mimic something retro, and back then things were limited to the hardware, so things weren't extravagant, and this is purposely not extravagant. So, and that's fine. It's interesting to see how it works. And then I'm not trying to, obviously I'm not copying it directly from something else, but, the gameplay, but like, oh, this is like this or that's like that. Oh, yeah, well, it is. It's, the game is kind of based off of one of the grandfathers of RPGs. That because of that work, many games are, especially first person perspective type games. But even so, I do want to add more capabilities to the game. So the game has systems developed, like an ecosystem, and the more mature those systems are being built out, the more I could make use of those to paint a scenario, make the game. And then as I make the game and play a little bit, I go, okay, I need to add this capability, and so you add another subsystem. Kind of getting toward the end of adding subsystems, but I think I just need a few more. What does that mean? Well, the spell system works, and I have many facets or elements, dimensions, I should say, because a lot of the systems are like fire, earth, air, water, light, dark, different aspects. And then mine is I have like a myriad of attributes. And I mean, when you all boil it down to it, it's a die roll. It does 1 to 6 points of damage of fill in the blank. And so all of the protections you have a protection from fill in the blank. So the mechanic, even though you have say 15 dimensions, it's the same mechanic. So is that fun? How do you make that more fun? Or, different things. You make it harder to defend against something. You need to, in order to gain the protection of that particular element or that particular dimension of damage, you have to maybe go through a side quest and get to collect certain items, things like that. So the main gameplay is walking through the dungeon, finding monsters, fighting them, and surviving. Some being stronger than others. I mean, they need to cast more spells against the party. I need to work out. It's not a tabletop. It's not a strategy game where you're going to have a grid and you move your characters into positions, and then you can calculate who can see what. It's going to be more of more abstracted. So one of the ideas is that you have a 6-unit party, 6 players. Positions 1 through 3 is considered melee, and positions 4, 5, and 6 is considered ranged or spells, because they're ranged. I used to have the game where only the first 3 could fight, and only the last 3 can cast spells. But now I made it so that anyone can fight. It's just that when you have somebody who's in the back fighting melee, you decide I'm going to go attack him with a dagger. You're basically saying, for this round, I'm going to be considered melee. So the mobs that normally fight melee is going to consider that target, a little more weighted to be attacked because you did that. I also need to work on that weighting system. Noticed a little too randomness of attacking the back group. When a lot of times I'm fighting monsters that are melee range. So it's more of a categorical type of strategy. I also have weapons that have range modifiers to them. Like this is a pole arm, a pike. Gives you an idea that something like that kobold, what does that mean? Well, it means that you should be able to attack a couple categories of position with that particular weapon. So what does that mean? Because I have a pike, I treat all my targets as an equal opportunity to fight with them, for example. Or I have more of a little bit more going toward non-melee characters, which we consider ranged for non-melee. So they can penetrate the front lines a little bit. And other aspects, let's say you have a bow, and do I make it so that I primarily will fight ranged with ranged, and then if I try to attack the enemy's melee, which would be considered probably in front of you or between you and them. Your melee, that you have a chance of let's say my person with a bow doesn't want to hit our own, so I just decrease the chance of it actually hitting the enemy, for example, when it targets a melee type, So, I was thinking about things like that. But I don't want to get it too complex because, like I said, it's not a grid-based system where you're going to put your character on the grid and then decide, strategically how to move things around. So I don't want to get too in-depth. I just want to have a nod toward and then have fun with it a little bit. It's really just adjusting a bunch of random die, a little bit of modifiers is what you're trying to do. Make a nod towards some sense of what's going on, and to give some diversity to your different types of weapons. Certain weapons are two-handed, so am I taking advantage of that type of thing? What does that mechanic look like? And that type of thing. So I've been sitting and thinking about the ranged issue for a while, and I think I'm making a category and not necessarily calculating it, 15 meters out, 30 meters out type of thing. Excuse me. Pepper in the air. Things like that. So anyway, so I need some systems like that. So what does that mean? Well, let's look at some code here, for example. I'm going to stop the game. Don't play it. Let's go to or would have talk about our game rules. What I've been trying to do is organize a lot of the game rule systems under a static class, kind of core. And this is called throughout the different places. See, the fact that I have to rely on memory instead of having a system set up. I don't have to memorize it. I just know that all these enumerations are in the enumerations file. Maybe I should have done that. Looking through stuff here. Pardon me. Do I have encounters game? Well. Effects. Okay. What's an effect? Well, anything that does damage to you, besides from a weapon, this defines what is it? You have what save stat, what aspect? That's the dimensionality. What kind of damage is it? What's aberration damage? Or it does protection. It doesn't do damage, but it's as a protection aspect. It's abyssal, celestial. This does paralyze. This does petrify. These different things kind of translate to a functionality, a base functionality in the game. Then you have effect actions. Now these are more like the actual code or the engine that performs an action. Like this, causes harm to your HP. This heals your HP. This changes to your armor. This exposes you instead of giving you armor. It does the opposite. This enhances your weapon hit capability. This happens your damage. This things using these actions, strength, charisma, affect those stats directly. For example. I've been messing around with the extra spell slots based off of your ability. I call them Eldritch slots. Maybe it affects that. Spell slots is like your mana. This will remove a condition. This causes a condition. This causes death, type of thing, or just by default none. If it comes across affected by 6 points of none damage, what does that do? Nothing. It's none. So. Okay, so I believe it was targeting. So I have an effect target. Now with effects, like a spellcast effect, what does a spellcast effect do? That attaches information to an effect that tracks what level is it? Can you cast it? What kind of rolls does the engine do for you to make that happen? And then it causes the effect to be activated. But the effect itself is just an effect. So like a weapon could just throw an effect on a player, and the engine takes that effect and processes it. So now we have this concept of, all right, condition, front row, and back row. Why did I put those in there? Because I thought in situations where I really need to target something, not just the action, but targeting it. And I might get rid of condition. But a front row and back row. Well, that's that melee ranged concept. And if I wanted a particular spell to basically affect the front row, the vanguard, those attacking, then that's what I would do. I would indicate that this attacks the front row. And then what's the back row? Well, that's your ranged, anyone who's ranged magic users type of thing. So I might have more of a powerful spell, but it only affects like the front row, for example. Excuse me. So another thing is that if you do have a character that say selects cast a spell, just like so for example, your mage, you're in position 5, but it makes you in the back row, or what the game considers back row, and you're casting a spell. Now, previously, you decided to melee, attack with a weapon, and it's a melee weapon. Well, that automatically then makes you must be running up, take advantage. You must be running up and striking anything you can. So that temporarily puts you makes you as a basically, of all intents and purposes, front row. Even though you're technically positioned in the back row, the front row, what that does. The certain spells might only affect the front row. Now to make this work, I need to go into the systems that generate a party of mobs, or a party of monsters, or a monster party that you attack. So a monster party is a group. In the game, you got to pick which group you attack, and you don't necessarily target each individually. You just pick the group. Depending on the kind of actions you choose, depends on the flavor, the strategy of how it picks that target. like melee, will go after the melee first, or go after something that's considered in the back position. So for the player characters, positions 1 through 3 is always front row, and positions 4 through 6 is always back row. But for mobs, I think I'm going to just put a flag. I'm going to put a flag that's going to pick, all right, these guys are in the front row and these guys are in the back row. Now, what I could do is I could just simply add an effect target type to the mob. And then in doing so, only allow front row or back row to be, there's only values I'll allow, even though it's using the whole effect target. I think I will do that because I don't want a lot of translations in the code. I just want to use. Okay, so how does that look like? All right, so let's go to character. So how does this look? Well, do I have class diagrams? I bet you have to make a new one. That's okay. Alright, so you got the character class. What is a character class? Well, the character class is an abstract class. That means it has to be, you have to inherit that. It's the base class that the game recognizes as the first, everything's a character. Now, I wanted conditions. Used to be I'd have a separate object within the character that would handle the conditions. I kind of wanted that to live as part of the character, but be handled by a different class. So if I go to conditions, abstract class conditions, I got some processing capability. Okay. This character. Anyways, essentially this handles all the conditions that could be applied to the character. So it's essentially it's conditions, it's part of their stats, really. So then if I go back, that's why it inherits conditions. I supplied conditions. It has a thing called host character, so that when I'm looking at this object from a condition standpoint, I want to know who the character is, and this just supplies the ability to propagate that information for logging purposes. Okay, so we have our scores, we have our things like that. Look at our clear blessings. Character spell checks. Conditions. Things that would indicate what can or can't be done against the player. Whether it will be these various things are called against the character depending on their choices during the game and during the game cycle to tell the character, okay, like for instance, advanced statuses, that says, hey, this is time for the character to take those conditions and advance them. Because conditions are temporary. Now, it may seem like they're permanent by having a maximum of rounds of 1,000. It gets renewed every time you enter into the dungeon, or renewed every time you go back to town. It should, in fact, always be there. Always be on. I do believe I have... Excuse me. I may have support that says, hey, this is a permanent one, but I'll look at that later. Cough and just due to the fact that there's a lot of pepper in the air still. little bit of a friendly reminder, I do have Tourette's. So I may make a little bit of movements like this or coughing stuff. That's just the effect of Tourette's. And that's just what happens. What am I doing? I'm looking for stuff. Oh man. Tired. Constant. Support for some skill definitions. And this gives all the fancy extensions to characters. Alright, let's see. Line reference to party position order. Party position. "42 minutes in the stream. Finally starting to code. Alright. Let's see here. What am I doing to do? There's a little stub there. make some adjustments to the rest of the code. Oops. Private, yes. No. This is cheesy, but whatever. Why do I have an F? Stop it. Good old AI. Yeah, you know what? I probably should do this. You can't do that. Yeah, you can. it doesn't really matter. Okay. No, I don't want to look at that. I don't know if I need to change the plastic type on these earbuds or not. Drives me nuts. I don't care about this naming room violation. Not a violation. I do what I want. Makes sense to me. Especially when the naming and rule conventions have been capital before in the past. It's been lowercase and camel case in the past. This is private. There we go. Heaven forbid, watch what happens there. Just have a connection. Yeah, ultimate connection here. It's gonna go. Whatever. Sitting back and thinking about a few things. Counter target position. Okay. Okay, so when I create monsters, when I create mobs under scenario, mobile party definition, mobile definition. Here we go, mobile definition. You know, I really need do. Look at that. That's a problem. So, because I am using abstract classes and I then serialize them, I have to somehow indicate what am I serializing. So that's what I do. I write out the character class, and then I create a JSON override. So when you're reading back the JSON, it's converting it into an object. It goes into here and says, okay, when I read this, what do I do? And basically it goes, well, I'm trying to instantiate a character class. Well, character classes can't be instantiated. So what are you going to do? It's going to pick basically one of the concrete classes based off of that. And I'm using name of just to make sure that the spelling stays the same casing. When I write files out, I use name of, and I read them in, I use name of. So essentially it goes in here and says, mob celestial fighter. Before I didn't create that, so by default what happens then is that if I don't instantiate one, I will then make it by default a mob fighter. So it would lose all the abilities. It just becomes a standard melee character. And sometimes I forget to look for that. So how do you do that? How do you work on this? Well, you create a metadata. You gotta create some metadata so that reflection will work. And essentially, I gotta use I should go use reflection and find all the characters of the game, player characters and monster characters, and put them into a dictionary object. Essentially, the dictionary object is going to tie in the name of the class and the instantiator. A function it's going to dynamic function. It's going to return that object back. So then I would so when the program starts basically on static initialization, it's going to go through and determine this information. Then, so what I mean by static initialization, if make this a static class, that would go and hunt for all these objects. That means for the lifetime of this object being static, it would go and find them, and then any subsequent use of serialization, it would use that information. I don't think I want to go look for it every time I deserialize something. So there's considerations there. Also, over here, I'm missing a lot of things, aren't I? Caster, fighter, ice. Yep. I'm here. I made some experiments and this is a new mob gen system. I'm using a YAML reader inside a JavaScript YAML editor, and giving me the ability to do a lot of data editing live in the game. Under spells, you need to indicate, well, who can cast the spell? And here they are. And what's interesting about this process is I had to go through, find all of the objects that are of caster or is derived from caster. And then I want to order them and their children. So it was interesting to figure out how to, by gaining information about the object, whether it has is a subclass of and is a parent this, by doing groupings and such, I'm able to have an ordered list. So a caster can be a celestial caster, which contains cleric and paladin. And also a caster also can be a magic caster, which contains a mage, and also can be a wizard caster, which contains a sage. Now, previously I made some tests where I had red, white, and blue mages, and the white mage has another further subclass called Imperial Mage. And then I was able to get all those to line up correctly. So that was kind of cool. That was an interesting puzzle to figure out. But yeah, you get to pick who can cast this. And what I need to do is have, now this is just player character spells. I need another section for mobile spells, meaning mobile spells can only be cast by your monsters, for example. So we have that set up. So yeah, that uses the name of, things like that. Thinking out loud again. So what does this do? Well, okay, so you have a thing called a stat score. That defines what defines your stat block, basically, characters. And with that, when you're rolling a mage, it favors your intellect. So 11 and 19, you're going to have a higher chance of having a bigger number there. Okay, so what I probably need to do is limit, let's say your strength to 12 and your dex to a 12 out of 10. Let's just say 10. Now, bonus odds. How does this work? Well, bonus odds works by determining a 1 in X chance. Like 1 in 10 chance is the default generally. So when you generate, I take a random number between 9 and 10 in this case. Say, okay, flip a coin. And then I roll an odds 1 in 10. And so I roll 10, and if I get a 1, that means okay, so you have an addition. Then there's going to be a raffle system. There's going to be 8 tickets for 1 bonus point. 4 tickets for a bonus of 2. 2 tickets for a bonus of 3, and 1 ticket for a bonus of 4. So essentially, what I can do is something like this. Okay. I got sidetracked, but I kind of like this idea. I've been kind of thinking about this. It's 1 in 10 there, so it's standard. Okay, so, all right, what does this look like? Well, let's go find out. let's go right to the old guild hall. This is the active party. Go down to the adventurer seeking fame. Let's go find a mage. Right, let's hit train. Right. These look epically horrible. So as you can see, it's calling the roll core stats override because it's a mage. So when I simply say roll core stats, this is the configuration, and intellect starts between 11 and 19. That's right here. Pretty consistently good. So if I look at over in this code area, between 5 and 10, well, 7, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 9, 10, and, well, between 9 and 10, usually. So that's what's kind of playing out, the average, the medians here. And if I want to see this in action, there we go. Let's do it again. Bonus is 0. Didn't work. Oh, we have a win. So let's go to the call stack. Gonna go generate set stat score. So this is strength. Right, raffle tickets are fit 15. We roll. We got a 5 for each ticket. Looks so cool. We got a 1. Another bonus. 2 bonuses that round. Can you really see it? Not really. Yeah, this would be just hideous. Now, their luck is 0. Every time you train, you subtract your luck point, and eventually it bottoms out, so there's no luck on this character. That sucks. Maybe the score odds 8, 4, 2, 1 is kind of ridiculous. Not 4, 3, 2, 1. So here's the score odds. Essentially, increasing gets more points, so high chance for 1, very low chance for 4. If I made these 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, everything has an equal chance of getting a point. Put it in groups. Well, then if I want it groups, let's say right. Thief, throw one. Doofus. What'd I do? What? Did I erase him? I must have hit recruit by accident. Crap. Look at this guy. Level 20 mind. Not very strong at all. In fact, it's pretty bad. Also been thinking about changing how you get characters. Maybe just simply make it where instead of they just automatically kind of showing up at your front door up to maximum of 25 for you to go through and take a look at, order them up instead. go refresh Guild Hall. Adventures seeking fame. Oh, what am I going to do here? This is going to be under, you know what? Pin. Close all but pinned. Thank you. Okay. Alright, now we're going to go to the web page, and we're in town. And under town, I'm going to go to the guild. Here's the guild. is my HTMX support. Let's see what I've done. So I used to, you can create not private, but partial pages here. And I can separate out page format and page rendering. And then inside of another page, I can call that, which I do on some of these, and that'll render that section. So I can have a parent page, and then I could set up formatting to then render the other ones. Well, I've extrapolated out, well, not extrapolated, I've taken the town guild and just took it out of that partial, and I made a full. I forgot that. I was looking in the old stuff, I guess it's working. Alrighty then. Let's take a look here. What's going on? He's tapping each other. Let's go into town code behind. Excuse me. Yawning. Tired. What code are you looking at now? Well, basically, when you go to the website and you try to say directly come to the town, towns can look at your save game state and determine should you actually be in town. And it takes a look at, well, you haven't registered in the game. I'll return completely back home. Wait, no, actually, you tried to skip out an encounter, and so you're going to go right back to the encounter that you left. No, you actually were in the maze. Go back to the maze. Otherwise, okay, no, looks like we are in the town. So we go ahead and we set up music. What part of town are you in? And it determines what part of town you are, sets the music up. If you should be in town, removes the dead from your party and moves them into the temple, basically. And then the guild application renewal. every time the town webpage gets refreshed, it will determine if it needs to do application renewal. Now, if I want to make some changes to this is where I would start. I would turn off the application renewal. Create the mage, create the... I need to at some point add the ability to create more of the advanced characters in the game. And generally, you're going to have a party that is higher up a level. So when you create advanced class, like my party level's 13, it's a certain amount of gold per level. You recruit, you're basically saying, we have the ability to recruit paladins, so you spend $300 gold and you get a paladin at level 10, for example. And then you have to go through and give them equipment. Just thinking out loud a little bit. You can also transfer a character from one type to another. essentially probably scavenging the scores, items, equipment, and then you've become that character. What I could do is I could keep a private copy. I'll keep a copy of the character you were. Just thinking. So what I'm thinking about, well, just some ideas. I mean, if I had like a list of objects, the character that you used to be, say I was a mage, but I had some pretty outstanding attributes to be a fighter. I could switch over to a fighter. What would that look like? I mean, what I could do is I could maintain the copy of a mage, create, you're now a fighter. So you're kind of like, you're still level 13 mage, level 1 fighter. So essentially, if you are a mage and you become a fighter, you're a mix. You gain the ability to use the weapons as a fighter. You use those weapons at the fighter's level. I don't know. I could make the game flip-flop, be like playing two characters, not simultaneously, but you get to kind of choose, are you going to attack like a mage level 13 or attack as a level 1 fighter? And then when you gain levels, you're going to gain levels of a fighter. You stop gaining levels as a mage. You just basically start over. You still have the hit points, you still have the total hit points. So your effective level is going to be your fighter level plus your mage level. So if you're at level 13, you're only going to be able to make it to level 7 fighter. Because your effective level is 20. Right now I kind of cap at it. The total is 20. So you could be you could attack as a level 7 fighter, retaining level 13 mage abilities. Yeah, that's interesting. I might have to think about that. Well, anyway. Excuse me. Game Really need to just spend time making all these characters function. Really. Before I add any more capabilities. What a ninja can do? It gains attack. If it attacks unarmed or uses a ninja weapon, it will attack. It'll get a bonus attack for every other level it has, up to 10 times. So, yeah. Plus all the bonus attacks if it ever crits on any one of those too. That would be its special ability. Overpowered? Yes. The fun part of it. How about we say get type of CH? Oh, fine. Whatever. Yeah, we can't create it, but we don't have anything configured, is what it's saying. So, they equip it. There. Create character of type. So, I mean, just throwing it out there. That's awful. Why don't you try to do this? Not character. T. Character. Yeah. Alright, so what it means. Let's not do this. Hilarious. Why would I do it this way? I mean, I'm calling G create character of certain type anyway. I might as well just create it outside of the. It need to be a game session. Oh, duh. I'm going to create it by... okay. Yes. Alright, this is why. And it can't be static anymore. That is why. Nice. It adds a applicant. Create character by demand. Of what type? Okay, now let's make use. Well, here. Could make use of it here. That's how that's going to work. Nope, I think it's going to be... Oh, this is kind of ridiculous. Excuse me. I like how this is. I like this a lot better. Feels more programmatic than it's supposed to be. Come on. Character player. There we go. And let's go from me. And let's take a look at... Yeah. do. Look at the wrong one. Actually, no, I always use the same thing. True. Jackpot. What if I had a score odd in the reverse where if you win those, you subtract a point? It's good. Well, I guess an inordinate amount of fives. It's kind of just kicking it. Existing system. Roll in a certain range. Roll for bonus. I wish I might be playing game music and background music at the same time. Interesting. Alright, well. Oofda. hit recruit again. Oh well. Hey, Mosta. Glad to have you. How you doing? Starting your day? Just abusing my program here. Oh, certainly. Got your message on your forum. I think you said you overslept, so you didn't stream. You gonna try to stream today? You stream right in the middle of my work time, so I gotta sneak in a look once in a while. I always kind of thought about how would work would work like me to stream during work time? Do a share what I'm working on stream? I mean, a lot of stuff I'm working on. A lot of the stuff I'm working on is generally not PII stuff. You know, no trade secrets or anything. Just run of the mill. Hey, to get this website. Yeah, a lot of stuff's not really NDA. I mean, if I was coming across that, I wouldn't show it. But you know. Now, if I really can't stream my game development, well, work hours, that'd be bad. Excellent. So yeah, I'm just basically. Well, what's nice is, even before COVID, I was actually working from home. As far as corporate is concerned, the town that I worked at was still remote, technically from them. So, their headquarters just stayed away. So, yeah, I'm able to. I was VPN. I mean, even when I was at the office, I VPN'd in from the office. And I had this huge cubicle farm, and I was the only guy there. So, due to mergers and things like that. So I said, hey, is there any reason why I need to come to an empty office? No, really isn't. I mean, I'm a corporate shill. No, I'm a corporate developer, so I can't technically, users can't come to me and ask questions or do stuff. I have to go through the corporate system, which is, unfortunate, but that's how that just works out. But oh, thanks. Yeah, this is my my party shirt. My 15-year-old party shirt. I got some louder shirts. I gotta get them out. I like to wear loud shirts. It's always fun to do that once in a while. To my wife's chagrin. What do you have to wear that for? I like it. Also got I got my t-shirt. It's the succulent Chinese meal guy. So I got that as a t-shirt. So yeah, basically just kind of. I also got the Friends Forever shirt too, you know. Friends melding to get together, lasting forever. Yeah, little alchemist. Nina and her dog. Doing the friendship pose over a transmutation circle. Just bad all the way around. But it's fun. Funny. Yeah. I gotta turn this on. So I'm basically working on some character generation. Well, I'm supposed to be working on something else, and then I got sidetracked. Pretty awful. I sidetracked myself talking to myself. So anyway, I'm into the random generation. I got a system that I use to generate the scores, and I want a little bit of a variability, but the whole point is I don't want somebody re-roll, click, you know, that's just kind of dumb. Yeah. So, refresh. Stop music. There we go, got a mage back. Yay. So yeah, hit train. And the way that works is under the code to do. This is the area that generates your character. It gives you min-max ranges, potential, and then potential for bonuses. I got a bonus system that's in place. I'm tweaking that out, and I'm thinking, you know, I mean, I want some strong variability. I could do a point buy system. I don't know. I'm just kind of. Start the game. Kind of it was supposed to be kind of a code-centric stream. But I ended up talking about hot sauce and stuff too, so yeah, hot sauce. My sister, my brother-in-law's wife, from my wife's side. Anyway, they have a garden, and I got a whole shoebox full of jalapeno peppers, and they were the finest jalapeno peppers. And if you wait long enough, they could change color, and I got a whole box of, now I have red jalapeno peppers. They went from green to red. So a little more fruity. I like it that way. So I went ahead and browned them up and made hot sauce out of them. They have one generation was hot sauce. That was good. I made a second generation where I added smoked paprika, garlic, and other things. I kind of sauteed them in a pan. A little bit of olive oil in that. You know, so give some creaminess. Got those going with onions and garlic. And generally, I've learned not to cook peppery things at home because you fumigate the entire household. Wife gets unpleasantly about that. I understand. I cooked a bunch of habaneros one time and some ghost peppers, and That was a mistake. So, but also a whole pan full of jalapenos is also an equivalent fumigation, I have learned. But I wasn't doing any super hots. Anyway, I made some good sauce. I had a package of ground UC. I don't know what's called UC. I made some. So I got powdered Reaper pepper powder. Basically, it's certified 1.1 million Scoville packet, and I put on half of the batch. So I poured it into my Grolsch style, with the flip capper, so it can seal itself. I filled a 16 ounce, maybe 20 ounce, filled that up with sauce, and then I added 2 tablespoons heaping of that 1.1 million Scoville powder, Reaper powder. So it's actual ground. It's dried Reapers that's been ground up into powder. So it's all, and so you could taste. I mean, you could taste the pepper before it, incinerates you, but you do taste it. That's nice flavor the Reapers have. So I put that in there, and I reblended that, and filled another bottle up of that. And I thought, I'm gonna give this a try. I tasted it, and yeah, it's hot like the other one was. Good, jalapeno hot. I also add some the Arbo peppers, some New Mexican peppers, and some California peppers. Just some to give some color and other little bit of flavors, and paprika and smoked paprika to that. So we got another little bit darker sauce, but then I added the other super hot powder, and when I blended it up and I tasted that spoonful, a little bit of spoon, it's like, yeah, it just tastes like the other hot sauce. I was like, the powder didn't do anything for me. Must be dilution. And I'll try another half spoon. Get all switched around my mouth. To really get the taste and stuff on it. Figure it out a little bit. Yeah, I don't think I powder did anything for this. I capped it up, put it away a little bit, and then getting them set up and make sure that I didn't mix the original sauce with the super hot sauce, or I thought wasn't going to be super hot sauce. 30 seconds in after eating the sauce sample, the heat actually never went down. It instead went up. It's one of those sauces where it doesn't seem as hot as you eat it, and then it kicks in and it doesn't stop. And it was like, oh yeah, this is pretty hot. So it was like a 15-minute burn after the sample. So yeah, this would go great on some food. Look forward to it. Some street tacos, put a little bit of that on there. Or even making hot dogs. Make hot dogs hot. My mage. That. No way. Did I lost my mage? Yeah. What's a cold dog cost? What is a cold dog called? Sad. Yeah, growing up, hot dogs all the time. Just got to the point where the least hot dog tasting hot dog, the better. Because I got so sick of eating them growing up. But I kind of gotten over the childhood. I do enjoy a good hot dog once in a while. But yeah, I put some of that hot sauce on there, the phase 1 hot sauce. And yeah, once it's a vinegary. I added some vinegar to it, so that's going to keep, keep it preserved. So it's a little bit of a vinegar. And the other one's, it's vinegary. And, good mustard. I like mustard and pickle relish instead of ketchup. But I don't care. If you deep fat fry a hot dog, I know that's horrible sounding, but deep fat fried hot dog is the best hot dog. Ketchup on that is great. Oh no, that's my homemade sauce. I put on my jalapeno sauce. I put it on the hot dog. Like, oh yeah. So the first time I made the jalapeno sauce, I used like Vidalia onions, a little bit of sugar to it, and I had some, overdid the vinegar. So it was just, but by itself, the taste is like, little detracts, just, detracts. But once you put it on the food, it all balances out. The acid from it balances with your food, and now it tastes kind of good. Now, this sauce I actually made in the second batch. I made it actually tastes good as just by itself a little bit, so it's going to taste phenomenal, I think, with food. And with that is a ton of red jalapenos, and then I'd added about 4 or 5 dried variety, about 8 peppers of 2 different varieties. 3 varieties. So I just, basically gave a little background. But yeah, it's not as watery and vinegary as a Louisiana sauce. That's kind of that's a style unto itself. And really, get yourself some lactic acid. It's a little more of a round sour than a sharp acidic like you would get with regular vinegar. But get a little bit of a lactic acid. Or if you were to spend time to, like, instead of making pickles, you would ferment your peppers. A little lactic acid fermentation, kind of like making sauerkraut, except make it using peppers. Then take that mix and you blend that up. So you get your acid base already in that naturally, actually fermented from lactobacillus. And then you add the other flavors and spices to that. Yeah, you can get a really nice, good flavor that way too. But I wasn't going to the fermented side yet. It'd take too long. I lost my, I didn't hit refresh. I'm a doof. There we go. That's hilarious. I thought somebody followed. So one of my follow sounds on my game. Oh no, you're working. That's work or do whatever you'd like. Absolutely. Yeah, listen. Yeah. I'm a micro-sized streamer, so basically it's a one-on-one. I gotta make demo code. Dang it. Got all these other characters, but no mage. Of course not. Well, dismiss all my mages. Because I accidentally recruited them. Look at this crap. Well, let's institute. the other idea. No longer having automatic renewal. Stop the goon. I was on a family vacation a while back, and we're in an area in the United States. Went down and saw some caves and saw the Ark and a few other places. And I found a Thai restaurant that I wouldn't expect to find one. And it was written. It was authentic Thai, owned and operated by. Indian? I believe so. It's stuff they know how to cook it day in and day out, just, without even thinking about it. Authentic cuisine. And it's kind of cool because was able to talk to the owners a little bit. But yeah, I ordered some hot stuff, of course, but I like hot stuff. But anytime I go to those kind of restaurants, I'm like, better respect that scale, because it'll blow my head clean off with the heat. So I'm like, I'm gonna try a 4. Yeah, absolutely delicious and absolutely destroys your face. Oh, it was some good stuff, but it's just one of those things where it's like exponentially different between each number. And that's just public scale too. I mean, they won't give you the hot stuff unless they know you. But yeah. But that was some good stuff. So 10 hours away. I'd have to drive 10 hours to get to that place again. Might be worth it. So I'm in the town. I need to get into the HTML. Need to find where the guild's being. There it is. Guild recruits. Adventurers seeking fame. Yep, that's the spot. Okay. Not style, class. Not site. DRPG. I think it's just DRPG. Where do these guys come from? Oh, I didn't hit save last time. Go over to the console, hit save. There we go, save. Now we have the DLC. There we go. So the game actually runs in a little DOS box. Not a DOS box, it's a console. The website. Style, padding, kicks. Why would we do that? But we'll do it. Oh, get a rabbit, Dave. There we go. I mean, Chief Multi. There we go. Time to put in some happy little code. Not the entire solution, just document the view. Button. Put a margin all the way around. DRPG day. My windows are open and a bunch of geese are honking at 12 a.m. What? just randomize what you create. So that way you just completely throw you off. No, that'd be bad. No. Okay, so and right now what? Got the yawns. Post guild, huh? Oh, let's do this. Plug async. Task. Host HTMX. Create. String something. What I call it? Can't remember. You called it guild create. Okay. Why do I have this called every time? Oh, I don't have the I. Interesting. What? So I'd like to have a. I really should make this a filter on the request middleware, but here. I think I have one on Explorer. That's the ticket. You really need something like that. Okay, let's go to town. Let's go and put that in place up here. But now we gotta modify it, so okay. Okay, well that's probably because what is this? What? Oh, I know. Okay. Okay, so we'll grab the GS. We do this right now. Normally, on get, yeah. How's this? I think I can do this. Blowing it all up is what I'm doing. So why doesn't it not complete? It does complete. I do have others. I'll try something else. It's Fluidscape. This one's called Elf Meditation. This is a little quieter. Actually, how about Ancient Winds? Ancient Winds and Elf Meditation are very close to each other. Dewdrop Fantasy. What's that? Oh, this one. Yeah. So I had to turn off or tell Twitch to stop doing its pre-check, trying to protect me type of thing. So all this music comes from Kevin MacLeod. And as long as I put like a Creative Commons license on it, most of the stuff is completely public domain by him. It's his music. But it's open for streaming, background, especially in game music and things like that. It's, free, royalty free. Just put the CC Creative Commons license on somewhere. Well, if you go to my Twitch about, I have it there, for example. I try to cut and paste that entire list and put it into when I do YouTube as well. So what happens is that every time after I'm done streaming and the VOD's created, Twitch goes and says, "Oh, we've muted your parts of your stream because of music," and and I look at it and it tells me it's the third chakra from someone else, somebody's whatever video, and I looked that stuff up and I'm like, well, first of all, Kevin MacLeod is the actual artist. He is the actual owner of the rights of this music, and he gives me the complete rights to use it. So I don't know who this other person is or what they've claimed, but it's not theirs. So I have to tell them, no, this is not copyrighted music. You know, it's not from someone else. So interesting. Then I traced another one back to a YouTube because of YouTube. They're marking it as, you know, you are using music. Then I found that person, and in their channel, they're saying, oh, I give credit to Kevin MacLeod for my music of my videos. I'm like, there's got to be something in the database systems that says this is shared royalty-free music. Stop it. Stop bothering me. I mean, technically, everyone does it. I don't want to be that one person who does it and gets killed. Or not in Minecraft. Over it, where I could, like, play on my Spotify or something, and then, but not have it go to the VOD. Technically, even that's not legal. Well, it goes beyond fair use. Yeah, I could separate those. But I like droning music that makes me want to fall asleep when I want to code. What have I done? I'll try. Don't need to do this because I'm taking care of it with the filter up front, which means I cannot do that. I bet I just killed the crap out of this code. I'm gonna run this thing and it's gonna run right into the ground. Explosions. Let's find out. Hey, the guild hall worked. Nice. It in fact did not destroy everything. Alright. What is it I'm trying to do? Well, I need to call back on this post here and then render. No, I don't. What's happening here? Guild recruit. Oh, yeah. Well, let's try this. HX-post. Go to town. Name of function. Missed you. Put the quote back. Here we go. Alright, on demand. Target. Oh, come on. Target. What is a Tout Guild? Swap, yeah. Post swap trigger. Post swap trigger. Post. Ghost. Swap. Enter HTML. Trigger. Click. Wait. Actually. Goes on this game. Alright, there we go. HTMX call. When any one of these things get clicked, it's going to call that. Okay, and it's going to be a target request. Yeah, this guy, and it's going to enter, replace. So, technically, if I were to go and say, up here in the HTMX handler, let's say, case on demand, do this, break. Okay, what's your problem? There is no problem. Alright, oh. Okay. Okay. Alright. On demand is the key. Alright, now let's go back to this code and essentially var is HTMX equals no. True. Activate HTMX options equal that. Guild create. See how bad this works. And then of course we got what's called space harvest. little more grating on the ears. Okay, stop that music. Okay, let's go right into the old adventure hall. Let's expand. Moment of explosions. I think I like Space Harvest. Back to Fluidscape. This seems to be see this. What is that? No. Shouldn't be. Do we not have warm? Do have warm? Oh, what's the... Oh, excuse me. What is going on here? Maybe if you put in a type call button. Oh no, I broke my screen. Stop it. There we go. Save, stop, play. All kinds of explosions. Explosions. No. Fart. Like. Oh, of course not. Why did that refresh? That's dumb. Oh, maybe because I didn't. Guild recruits, right? Yeah. it's spelled the same. What is your malfunction? Okay. It doesn't need a... Let's see here. Flutter could exceed speed. Guild create. This can be inside a form, right? Say outer, the whole thing needs to be replaced. Inner. Okay. Oh, this should work. Come on. highest. Oh. Alrighty. On-demand creation of characters now. Ninja. Alrighty. Mage 20 strength. Excuse me. Alright, well, I've gotten quite silent, and toward the end of some development, basically I accomplished changing to an on-demand character generation. I think I'm going to go through the stat score generator, tweak those a little bit, and then I think I'll focus on getting all of the classes available to play with, and then try to add their special abilities. I think it'd be a good focus. For example, the ninja, unarmed or ninja weapons. It'll be able to attack an additional attack, one for every level, every other level. So at level 20, they could do 10 times, versus your fighter being at least 4 or 5 times. So, and then I think some other abilities of a ninja would be assassination. You have them attempt to infiltrate a party and take out a character if they can, and I'll work on some consequences if it fails. Also put in a mechanism for maybe existing characters to advance to these to these more premier or specialty classes. We'll see. Alright, well, I thank you for if you're still with us or still with me. I appreciate you being here. Wherever you may be, hope you have a good evening, afternoon, or morning. And I'll try to stream again another time this week. We're definitely working on the other classes and getting those going. So, all right. Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate your attention. Hopefully, the VOD was, if you're watching the VOD, you enjoyed parts and pieces of it. All right, I will sign off. Thank you so much.